But yeah. That's good.
He said it's 2, check. All right. Yahuwah is coming. We made it another week. All minds clear? This is the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 6 and verse 4. Hear Israel, Yahuwah Elohim, Yahuwah is one. Shema Israel. Yahuwah Elohim, Yahuwah Echad. This is Exodus, or Shemot, chapter 20, beginning at verse 3. We will not know our mightiness against the Most High. We will not make any carved image or any likeness of that which is in the Shamaim above, or which is in the earth beneath, or which is in the waters under the earth. We will not bow down to them, nor serve them. For Yahuwah is a jealous El, visiting the wickedness of the fathers and the children, to the third and fourth generation of those that hate him, who show him kindness to thousands of those who love him and keep his commandments. We will not bring the name of Yahuwah to nothing, for Yahuwah does not leave us unpunished. Who brings his name to nothing. We will remember the Shabbat day. To keep it Kodesh. 6 days we shall labor and do all our work. But the seventh day is the Shabbat. 4 and 6 days. You will make Shamayim and the earth and the sea and all that is in them. And rest is the seventh day. Therefore, Yahuwah will rock the Shabbat day. We will respect our fathers and our mothers, so that days are long upon the earth. We will not murder. We will not commit adultery. We will not steal. We will not bear false witness against our neighbor. We will not covet anything that is our neighbor's. Yahuwah, great eternal one, Elohim of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, Father, we give you praise, honor, and esteem today, Father. We thank you for a new day that you allow us to see, Father. We thank you for allowing us to come to another Shabbat, our day of rest that you set apart for us, Father, to gather in unity to worship you, Father, and Ruach in the truth, Father. We thank you for life.
Thank you for giving your son, Yahushua HaMashiach, who died on the stake for us, Father. We thank you for the blood that was shed, Father. We thank you for the opportunity we have to obtain righteousness and eternal life through him, Father. We ask that you continue to forgive us, Father, for our sins, Father. Help us to lay aside every way of sin that is easy to beset us, Father, so we can walk uprightly before you, Father. We thank you, Father, for your word. For your word is life, Father. Your word is light. Your word is truth, Father. We thank you for that, Father. We ask you to be with those among us who are sick today, Father. We ask you to touch them in their bodies. We pray a special prayer for our brother B. You heal him, Father, from his surgery, Father. We pray for our sister Rebecca, Father, as she nears the time of delivery, Father, that you allow her delivery to be easy, Father, without complications, Father. We ask you to continue to touch all those who are sick, Father, those who are depressed, those who are financially struggling, Father, spiritually, emotionally, Father, as you touch them, see them healings, Father. We commit all of these things to you, Father, through your Son, Yahushua HaMashiach, Father. We ask you to let your word come forth today with power and understanding of our hearts, Father, to open up so that the seed may fall on good ground and grow to trees that produce fruit, righteous fruit, Father. We ask you to do all these things in the name and authority of Yahushua HaMashiach. So be it.
So be it. Hallelujah.
Oh, we praise the Lord. Oh, we praise the Lord. Where's Brother Jesus?
Thank you. They are all in. 2, 6, not all. 6, 3, 4. Check. Number 6.
Thank you, Brother Bodie. Here we go. Yes, we do. Check.
Six is over there. That's 6. Right. 6 is over there.
I think they're easy. Quick. I see you. You're looking a little visual right here. Look. You gave an answer. There you go. Your answer.
on, you gotta keep that going. Keep that drum going. Keep that drum going. Come on, fellas, come here. Wow.
back to life. He plays I come into the earth. America, my new year. He made the nations out of earth. Babylon is going down and say word. Come on, God, hear my people. Hear my people pray I see. All the singing angels good we need you. And the visions I can see and in the stream. Famous Messiah coming, don't let him deceive you. All the sounds and loud wonders don't believe. Messiah open and receive. Keep the commandments out for his body to breathe. Lockdown's coming back. Days coming, nobody can sit and back. Hold back your wings till you're late. Hold back your wings till you're late. You people are the moon. All the prophecy coming soon. He said his son and die for you. Follow his steps for me.
Shabbat shalom. As we get ready to start, I got a question for y'all. Now, this is going to determine whether or not we're going to teach a 2-hour lesson or a 3-hour lesson. Y'all ready for the question? And the first answer got to be the right one. And you only got 3 seconds for somebody to answer. Where in the Old Testament can I find 2 Hebrews?
Genesis 19.
What's that mean, bro? Genesis 19?
Exodus 33.
What is that, Genesis 19?
The who ran out of fire, the who was on
You're running the answer no more.
Genesis chapter 3.
He's a Bible encyclopedia. Why did y'all lose home? Genesis chapter 3?
Yeah.
All right, give me Genesis chapter 3. What is that?
It says, in the presence of his who walked in the garden full of the day. No?
Where is the 2?
No. The presence of the who sign. Exodus.
No, Exodus.
Exodus
In the presence of the rock, the Lord proclaimed the name of the Lord.
Exodus 33.
That's the Lord.
Yes. The Lord descended in the clouds.
I kind of understand what you're doing.
Upon the earth. Presence of the who.
The Lord proclaimed the name of the Lord.
All right, we're only going to go 2 hours lesson.
I got another one.
What's up?
And the Lord said unto my Lord, sit on the right hand until my end.
You got to call it out.
Psalm 112.
Louis, you sure? Ron is cheap now. That was me. All right. Your Redeemer of hosts? What is that?
When he said you're a redeemer, the redeemer of
Let's say Yahuwah Elohim and your Redeemer.
Yeah, there you go. That's the one. That's the one.
It's like Isaiah 44.
I ain't like that. I can't,
All right, we're down to an hour and 40 minutes.
Oh, this is the bring it up no more. That's funny.
John chapter 1. The word was with Yah, the word was Yah.
Shame on y'all.
what do you do? Whatever the jam is that you think of in your own mind. You get in the jam, what do you do? The what? Seek the Most High. Anybody else? Make a phone call. You call it up, or you're on the prayer line. Jesus is on the main line. Everywhere you are. Jesus is on the main line. Everywhere you are. All right, listen. We got to change it. And who shall on the main line? Everywhere you are. So when you do that, you say, you made a phone call to who? All right. Right. Can you say it again? Okay. So, I told you, whatever jam what you put in there, your jam, Joey's jam, whatever. So, pick the button. Yeah, that's usually the case. That's usually the case. All right. So, y'all heard the phrase, trust in God before?
Yeah.
How do you do that? How that you trust in God when you've never seen Him? You've never spoke to Him. You've never touched Him. Any of these things. How do you trust in something that you've never, somebody that you've never seen talk to personally? Believe in what? What you got? Okay.
You gotta be willing to like change your own thought process. Like say you have a jam, your thought process might go to go and freak out and do whatever, but what we're supposed to do is trust in what His Word says. He'll do for us if we go to Him.
Right. Okay. Give me Proverbs chapter 3, verse 1. You see that life is, in most people's lives, is kind of like a roller coaster. Up and down, twists and turns, peaks and valleys. Right? Now to find out why is this?
Proverbs chapter 3 and verse 1. My son, forget not my law.
What?
Forget not my law, but let your heart keep my commandments.
Starting from the beginning again.
My son, forget not my law.
He said what?
Forget not my law.
Because if you know the law, you know what? You know Him. Forget not my law. If you know His law, you know Him. But for some reason, nobody really likes to study the law. You rather study the pseudepigrapha and the book of this, and the book of that, and this and that and that, and try to find out all that stuff. But your wisdom is actually to know the law. People still ask me today, bro, have you read this book? Yes, I read it already. Yes. Well, what? Because the law is the most important. Read on.
My son, forget not my law, but let add to you.
Does anybody want to have long life and peace and understanding? So why don't we study the law?
Get bored.
Study the law. Read it again.
For length of days and long life and peace shall they add to you.
So they do what?
Add to you.
They're going to add length of days, life, and peace to your life if you learn it and apply it. Not just to learn it so you can debate. That's no good. Read on.
Let not mercy and truth forsake you.
Let me what?
Let not mercy and truth forsake
He
you.
said, don't let mercy and truth forsake you. Who is the truth? You don't want him to leave you. You don't want that mercy to leave you. But we know most people don't have any mercy. So if you don't have any mercy, you can't expect any mercy. Read.
Let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them about your neck. Write them upon the table of your heart. So you shall find favor and good understanding in the sight of Elohim and in the sight of Elohim and man. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart.
Do what?
Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart.
Have your heart.
All of your heart.
He says, trust in Yah with what?
All your heart.
Trust in him with all of your heart. He was playing with that heart thing just like a week ago, right? Elaborate on that again.
So when we talk about the heart, we have, it's an organ, right? He uses the heart because it's a central organ, so to speak, right? If you have no heart, you have no life. What happens if you go brain dead? Still got a heart. You may still have, life, so to speak, but you brain dead. Without the heart, there's nothing. So he tells you to put your laws in your heart. Now we know that the heart is synonymous in the text with the mind. So if you have no law in your mind, it's just like being what? It's just like being dead. Alright?
Read that last verse again.
Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart. And lean not unto your own understanding.
Do what?
Lean not unto your own understanding.
So that's why I asked y'all this: when you get in the gym, what do you do? And most people, even though we say on the service, I will pray and I will do this, most will do exactly what Anton did, which is I'm going to take it into my own hands and I'm going to figure out a way to do it myself. Right? Yeah, I like when he be truthful with what he said. He's not actually thinking, like, I know that's why I'm asking something to try to jam somebody up. So you tell a lie. Because you really would do what he did. For the most part, see it all the time. So again, whatever in your life, you're always cruising the highway. You got everything you need. Life is quote unquote good. Always good. And you have all the material things that you need, and this, that, and the third, and you don't have a care in the world. How does that feel to you? Feels good. Feels good. So this lesson is called Touching the Firmament. Right? Again, life is like a roller coaster. Up, down, twists, turns, peaks, valleys. But when you are touching the firmament, I'm touching the firmament, what would that imply?
Look.
Close to heaven as you can possibly be.
Sing it in the way that the song said.
All the way up.
I'm what?
All the way
Oh,
up.
nothing can stop you all the way up.
I'm touching Elohim.
Life is
You
good.
are high as you can possibly get, right? Because you can't get over the firmament, but you can get to the firmament as high as it is. But that means until it is high, what does that imply to your to your fall? What does that imply to your fall? Exactly. So it's better to do life on an even keel as opposed to taking yourself through the highs and the lows, the peaks and the valleys. You just stay on an even type of a keel, right? So we're going to see some things in this, hopefully. So in our human experience, we sort of believe that we can't enjoy one thing without the other one. We think the only way I can experience and have joy is if I had pain. The only way I can enjoy the sun is if I have the rain. See what I'm saying? This is the human way of thinking. But did Yah intended to be this way? He didn't intend it to be this way. Look in Genesis chapter 2.
Genesis chapter 2 and verse 1.
So, no, verse 15. So he didn't intend it for us to have to go through it. Only way I can enjoy this is I gotta go through this. The only way I can have pleasure in this is because I understand this. That was not the setup. That is man's way of thinking. Genesis chapter 2, verse 15.
Genesis 2:15. And Yahuwah Elohim took the man and put him into the garden of Eden to dress it and to keep it.
And to what?
And to keep it.
Read.
And Yahuwah Elohim commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden you may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat of it. For in the day that you eat thereof, you shall surely die.
You shall what?
Surely die.
You shall surely die. And the day that you eat from there, you are going to surely die. It's not a parable. It's not hard. Everything is straightforward. If you eat from there, you're going to die. Right? Get me. Genesis chapter 3, verse 4.
Genesis chapter 3 and verse 4. And the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die.
You shall what?
You shall not surely die.
It says you shall not surely die. So Yah told them that if they eat from it, they would die. Who do you trust? We say we trust Yah, right? At this moment, Adam has no business not trusting him. Right. None whatsoever. He's in the absolute best setup ever. That he hasn't done any work to do. Nothing. Only work that he's done is spoke. You, a dog. You, a cat. You, a sheep. This is all he's done. Is spoke. No reason not to trust him. Read.
And the serpent said unto the woman, you shall not surely die. But Elohim will know that in the day that you eat thereof, then your eyes shall be opened. You shall be as gods.
As what?
As gods.
You shall be as gods, or you shall be like him. Read.
Knowing good and evil. And the woman saw that the tree was good for food, and that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree desired to make one wise. She took of the fruit thereof, and did eat, and gave also unto her husband with her, and he did eat.
And he did what?
And he did eat.
So, did they now lean to what?
Their own understanding.
They lean to their own understanding. The book says to trust in Yahweh, what?
All your heart.
All your heart. Everything, all your being. Who did they just put their trust in?
Words
In themselves. With this simple thing, this simple act, Adam has passed down death to billions of people. If he knew that he was going to do that, do you think he would still do it? We would hope not. Exactly. We would hope he would. He could see and say, wow, if I do this, I'm going to doom billions of people death, and they all going to die off of this act that I'm doing.
Okay, so my question to this then is, he ate up of the fruit first. Now the key thing was, he left to truly die. So their mind could have been where, if he left it, I'm gonna die, like drop dead and die now. He live long and then die later, but probably thought they was gonna die instantly. So I'm just thinking on the outside of it, saying, okay, he ate of the fruit tree first. Adam thought that he didn't die. And then said, and forgot about God, what God said, like you will surely die. And she didn't die. He said, well, you ain't die. I'm not ready to go through then.
And he still did it what?
Still, we did it wrong will. I got that.
He still didn't trust Yah. So even if she did fall down and die right there on the spot, I told you that if you eat from it, you're going to die. Right?
I'm just giving you
I got you.
Yeah, sometimes people go off with their eyes to see. You know, like Paul said, go by your sight, go by faith.
To be honest with you, the distrust started when they went to that tree to even do the act. You get what I'm saying? The intention, once they went to that tree, was to eat of it. All rules was already gone. Their trust was already out the window because they went to do it. Whether or not he was going to see, and she, even, let's just say she ate it and died. And he like, whoa, I dodged the bullet.
Yeah.
Your intentions was still to eat this thing. You came over here with her to eat it. You understand what I'm saying? Exactly. You ain't say, hold on, man, we can't get over here. You like, oh. Hey, let's take that thing first real quick.
Yeah. So they still show I don't trust him. Because we see that he made him feel like he was hiding something from them. Right? We got this thing inside of us called curiosity. Right? And it seemed to never be tamed. I just want to see what that does. Nosy, we would call it now in the world. You nosy, you want to see, you got to know, you got to keep your nose in everything. So they show right here that we don't trust you. You trying to hide something from us. And this act right here is the reason why there's all sorts of death into this world right now. Because they broke this simple thing. Curiosity got them. Pride got them. I want to be like him. I'm not bright enough. I'm sick of being a 30-watt light bulb. I want to be a billion-watt like him. No, you can't do that. Only in due time. What verse was it?
That was the end of verse 6.
You know.
And the eyes of them both were open. And they knew that they were naked. And they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves aprons. And they heard the voice of Yahuwah Elohim walking in the garden in the cool of the day.
What kind of day is it?
The cool of the day.
It's the cool of the day. This is the best weather where it's not too hot and it's not too cold. Because in the winter, we like, oh my God, I just can't wait till it gets, till the summer comes. As soon as the summer comes, it's too hot. I just told me, about to bring my band right back in here, man. Because it ain't never good enough. It ain't never good enough. When you in one of them, you long for the other one. It's backwards, but notice you're going to do it every time. I hate the snow. Woo! Turn the fan on. Oh my goodness. Adam and Eve had it perfect. Everything was perfect where they was at. In the cool of the day, they don't got to work. They don't have no GMO foods. They don't got nothing to worry about. Perfect.
It's like 75.
Yep.
It's like 75 and no wind. It's just perfect. 75.
Perfect. Water, everything, crystal clear. Grapes, pomegranates. Pick them, eat them. You ain't got to worry about look at the numbers on it, to see what that means. Everything is absolutely perfect. And they blew it. They blew it. Read where you at.
And they heard the voice of Yahuwah, Elohim, walking in the garden in the cool of the day. And Adam and his wife hid themselves from the presence of Yahuwah Elohim.
Wait a minute, why are they hiding from him? Is not he the same God that they've been seeing every day? Why all of a sudden they hide from him?
Shame on them.
How do they know they shame?
They see themselves.
You never felt this before. All of a sudden they hide from the man. Now they trying to do hide and go seek. All of us out the blue, you afraid of this man now. It's been the same man walking in the garden every day. You never run and hid from him. All of a sudden you afraid of him. What is that about? They hiding themselves. So they was having their firmament moment. They were in there with him. As high as you can get, they was in there with him. But they didn't appreciate it. Jump down to verse, matter of fact, read on.
And Yahuwah Elohim called unto Adam and said unto him, Where are you? And he said, I heard your voice in the garden, and I was afraid, because I was naked, and I hid myself. And he said, Who told you you was naked?
How do you now know that you're naked? Nothing has changed, right? Everything is the same. Why would you be hiding yourself? How do you now know that you're naked? And now you want to hide from me. What's different?
Their perception has changed now. The way they see things, the way they understand things, the way they judge things.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Other than that, everything is around them that looks exactly the same. God is still the same, but you broke that law. And when you know that you are in sin, you want to cover it up and you want to hide it. But your perception is that everybody knows what I've done. Right? When you do something, don't you kind of feel like, dang, everybody know about it? Honey, that's you. That's you. They knew right there. Even though they call themselves hiding themselves, because you know this shame, all of a sudden this feeling of shame has come upon you. Read on.
And he said, Who told you you was naked? Have you eaten of the tree whereof I commanded you that you should not eat?
He already knows the answer to this. This is the old lawyer trick.
And the man said,
Let's hear if he's going to tell me the truth. Like the kids with the chocolate chip cookies all over the face. Who ate the cookies? They did, Daddy. What's that on your face? already know the answer to it. Just trying to let you come clean. Read.
And the man said, the woman you gave to be with me, she gave me of the tree and I did eat.
You already ate them.
And Yahuwah Elohim said unto the woman, what is this that you have done? And the woman said, the serpent beguiled me, and I did eat.
Nazi the one tricked me to eat them.
And Yahuwah said unto the serpent, because you have done this, you are cursed above all cattle, above every beast of the field. Upon your belly shall you go. Thus shall you eat all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, between your seed and her seed. It shall bruise your head, and you shall bruise his heel. Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow.
I'm going to do what?
I will greatly multiply your sorrow.
I'm going to greatly multiply your what?
Sorrow.
I'm going to greatly multiply your sorrows. This is, y'all can blame this directly on Eve. All the sorrows that you feel because of her doing what she did.
So when they mad, when they think he's cheating, but he's not, blame Eve.
Yep.
When your period come and you're cramping and it hurt, blame Eve. When your husband at work and you get mad at him for no reason, blame Eve. When he got all the money in the account, and you want to join the account because you want to see how much money in there, blame Eve. Eve is the reason for your sorrow. Do right. That's a good one. Blame Eve. Blame Eve. You blame Eve proceeds.
The blame Eve are coming next week.
Blame Eve. Now who gonna win? All the fellas, we can all come together and watch a lot with the blame Eve dress on.
Blame me, y'all.
Well, she didn't nag at you. I'm just playing, no, I'm not.
We just serious. We just serious. So, all of these things come out of this act. So now her sorrows are going to be multiplied. Not just giving you one, but they're going to be multiplied. Many. Freedom.
Unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply your sorrow and your conception. In sorrow you shall bring forth children.
You shall what?
Bring forth children. And your desire shall be to your husband, and he shall rule over you. And unto Adam he said, because you have hearkened to the voice of your wife.
Because you listen to your wife over me. Because you follow her over me. Read.
And have eaten of the tree, of which I commanded you, saying you shall not eat of it. Cursed is the ground for your sake. In sorrow shall you eat all the days of your life. When your wife can't cook, blame God. He said the sorrow you're going to eat, I'm just saying.
Absolutely.
Jokes. In sorrow you shall eat of it all the days of your life. Thorns and thistles shall it bring forth to you, and you shall eat the herb of the field.
So when you're in your garden, and you got to go in and pick the weeds out of it, blame it on Adam. When you got to be out there in that hot sun, and it's baking down on your head, in order for you to get your food the real way, blame it on Adam. Remember, they were in paradise, the best weather ever, and they blew it. Who put him out here? He did. His own actions put him out here in the blazing sun. his own actions are making him have to go out there with the garden tools and do all of this stuff, and he got to actually sweat. Before this, they don't even know what sweat means. They don't know nothing about, ooh, it's so hot. They don't know nothing about none of that. Because he didn't trust y'all, all of this stuff has come upon him. Thorns and thistles now, which didn't exist before. Read.
In the sweat of your face shall you eat bread, till you return unto the ground. For out of it you will take it. For dust you are.
What?
For dust you are.
You thought you was going to be a god, but you nothing but dirt. You a pile of dirt. That's what you really are. You thought you was going to be like me. The only way to be like me is to obey me.
Yeah.
No other way that you can be like me unless you obey me.
Position.
Read.
For dust you are, and unto dust shall you return.
Ashes to ashes and dust to dust. One more fool is hush to fuss. That's what you are. You came from it, and you shall return to it.
Not that you're going to be here with me forever. You're going to die.
Absolutely.
You shall surely die.
Because I told you that up front. Read.
And Adam called his wife's name Eve, because she was the mother of all living. And he had to name her after that.
Jump down to verse 22.
And Yahuwah Elohim said, behold, the man has become as one of us,
Oh, he's just like one of us, but what does that mean?
to know good and evil.
Oh, you ain't a God, you just know good and evil. You're not what you bargained for, huh? Yeah, you just understand what good and evil is. Now you can say that I can decide what I really want to do, but you ain't a God. You're going to go back to the dirt. Read.
And now, lest he put forth his hand, and take also of the tree of life and eat.
Now you don't have access to the tree anymore. You don't have it no more. Read.
And live forever. Therefore Yahuwah Elohim sent him forth from the Garden of Eden to till the ground from whence he was taken. So he drove out the man.
He did what?
He drove out the man.
You gotta go. You just go. 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 Read.
And he placed at the east of the Garden of Eden cherubim.
So why do you have to put these cherubims at the garden entrance?
He, Adam, and other beings were going in there, apparently.
So Adam didn't appreciate being in there before. Why do you want to get back in now?
Wasn't green on the other side.
He missed it.
You thought you was missing out on something else, but now you realize after it's taken from you what you really had. But they didn't realize it until afterwards. And now that you out there toiling away and the sun is beating down on your head, and you gotta work out here before you could just go and grab your fruit and your vegetables and everything, but now you gotta actually work to get it. Now you appreciate this. So he was all the way up with God. Now he has to be brought all the way down in order to get it and to understand it. This is Job. Job chapter 13, verse 13.
Job 13:13. Hold your peace.
The what?
Hold your peace.
Stop talking. Say less.
Leave me alone, that I may speak, and let come on me what will. Why do I take my flesh in my teeth and put my life in my hand? Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him.
Job says, though he slay me, even if he kill me. He said, what?
I put my trust in him.
Job says, even if he kill me, I'm going to put my trust in him. But let's see something. Read.
But I'll maintain my own ways before him. But I'll maintain my own ways before him.
Wait a minute. Didn't he say don't lean to what?
Your own understanding.
So Job just right here directly says, no matter if he kill me, I'm going to trust in him. But what did he say right after that?
But I will maintain my own ways before him.
I will do what?
Maintain my own ways before him.
But I'm going to still believe. Even I'll say I trust him, but I'm going to still be Job. No matter what, I'm still me. That's backwards. He just made a great statement, and then with the back end, come and say, but I'm still going to do me. Yeah. Read that verse again.
Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. But I will maintain my own ways before him.
Yeah.
He also shall be my salvation. For a hypocrite shall not come before him.
That's what you just did.
By your own mouth.
By his own mouth, that's what he just did.
Own mouth straight.
Look it up.
Okay, so that word maintain is yakah. It says to prove, decide, to judge, rebuke, reprove, correct, to be right. In the Strong's it says to be right, to argue, to decide, or justify, or convict.
So, we definitely know that Job was trying to justify himself the whole time. Now, most people read the book of Job, they be mad at me because they say, why would you say Job had pride when he, like, the book, I'm not saying it, the book is showing you it. The book says it, not me. He just said some really, really messed up stuff in this statement that he just said, which shows hypocrisy.
This is what the Hebrews says. It says, Elohim might kill me. I have no other hope, but I'm going to argue my case with him. So he basically saying, I'm believing him, but he gonna feel me. He gonna feel me. That's what he said.
That just made it worse.
So,
I'm going to trust in you.
But you gonna feel me.
You can smell my cologne.
If there was a problem, it'd be an issue. If there was an issue, you know about it.
you would feel like
You
alone.
can smell my cologne. I thought it was gangster to pull up on you.
Yeah.
Virgin of the wisdom here.
Hey, Joe, you put a trip.
So again, this is, he's saying, I believe in you, but it's always that little, what? No, it ain't no buts with God.
Piety, lack of respect.
Okay, so, like, yeah, it's clearly showing that he's a hypocrite, right? But in the beginning of the book of Job, God is saying he's perfect. Now, is it because he's perfect because he's keeping all the law? But I thought 5 was part of that law too. But right now it's saying he got 5 because he's following his own way.
Pride is coming out of him because he is being tested in something that he thinks that he is not worthy to go through.
Exactly.
But God's letting you know that I'm the potter, you are the clay. I can do whatever I want to do with my clay. It's mine. If I want to put it in the fire, it's up to me to do it. But he right here feels that I have no fault. I have no sin. Right? And we read on through the book and it lets you know that Job thought that he was more righteous than God.
Okay, because you made a statement earlier when you were saying about the motor coach. So So Job, at that time, in the beginning, when they were saying he was perfect, we were saying that the water course like go up and down. So at that time, Job was just cruising because he ain't had no trials and tribulations, no down, nothing.
He was up.
Right. So now
He had the riches, he had
He was up, so we're gonna see it.
so all that you got taken away, when all that stuff got taken away, that's when all that.
Yeah, but he was all the way up. Yeah.
So consider that parable of the sower, right? Where you got it says that the person is sown on forget which type of ground.
It was good ground, stony ground,
The other one. Sand, stony ground, where it says that they sprout up and they good. But then once something happened, that they're offended at the word. You know what I'm saying? So he's sown, he's good, he's straight. But now something is happening that's causing something different to take place inside of him. And it's exposing it. Remember the type of Elohim that the Most High is in Deuteronomy 8, what did he tell us? I sent y'all through this to prove you, to humble you. You know what I'm saying? So all of this stuff, in order to be humble, the stuff got to come out of you.
yeah, so now it's showing itself, boys.
Is that like saying that you're only as good as your last, how you handle your last steps?
Yeah, that, absolutely.
I was thinking about that other scripture, I can't recall where it is, where it, the prophets was told to tell the good man, he doesn't tell a good man, you know, straight away.
Ezekiel.
And he's right, Ezekiel, he stumbled, and you didn't tell him the blood is on the hand. So no matter, and then it goes on saying that if the person had been good all his life. And then he put a stumbling block in his way, so that's why it came to me to say that you're only as good as your how you pass your last step.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've been good all my life. You mess up right before you die.
Yeah, absolutely. Agreed. So go back, read verse 15 of Job again.
Yes, sir. Though he slay me, yet will I trust in him. But I will maintain my own ways before him. He also shall be my salvation. For a hypocrite shall not come before.
So Job knows the book. He's gonna be my salvation. He's telling you a direct thing, not kind of wavering. He knows the book. He knows these things. All that 1 Samuel chapter 2 and 6.
1 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 6. Yahuwah kill and make alive. He bring down to the grave and bring up. Yahuwah makes poor and make rich.
So Job understands these things right here. He knows that life and death is in God's hands. Because he just told you, he gonna be my salvation. He understands all these things. Revelations 1:18.
Revelation 1:18. I am he that lived and was dead, and behold, I am alive forevermore. So be it.
So what?
So be it.
So again, Job knows about this salvation stuff. He's actually speaking about it all through the book, his own book. He understands that this man is my salvation, but I'm still willing to argue with him. Even though I just said I believe and trust him, but I know I ain't done nothing wrong, and I know I don't deserve what I'm going through. Let's see. Yes. Job chapter 42, verse 3.
The book of Job, Job chapter 42 and verse 3. Who is he that hide counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that I understood not. Things too wonderful for me.
So notice, how is Job speaking right now? Read it again.
Who is he that hide counsel without knowledge? Therefore have I uttered that I understood not.
He said, now I was speaking on stuff I ain't know nothing about. I should have shut my mouth up. I should have been saying nothing. Read.
Things too wonderful for me.
Things what?
Too wonderful for me.
It's over my head. I gotta leave that stuff alone. He had to go through something. Your roller coaster was at its highest. You have to bring that thing down. Read.
Which I do not. Hear, I beseech you, and I will speak. I will demand of you, and declare unto me. I have heard of you by the hearing of the ear, but now my eyes see you. Wherefore I abhor myself.
I what?
I abhor myself.
Now that I see how great you are, I hate myself. Right? He realized at this moment, I'm like Adam. I am dirt. I abhor myself. So now he's being humble. Let's show you when he was up. Job chapter 1. We're coming back to that 42 in a minute. Job chapter 1, verse 2.
Job chapter 1 and verse 2. And there were born unto him 7 sons and 3 daughters. His substance was 7,000 sheep.
How much?
7,000 sheep.
His substance was 7,000 sheep. That means this man had bread. That is bread right there. Read.
3,000 camels. 500 yoke of oxen. 500 she-donkeys. A very great household. So that this man was the greatest.
He was what?
The greatest of all the men of the east side.
He is the greatest in the east side.
Maccabees.
So he is the greatest in the east side. Out of everybody on the east side, he was the greatest. Right? So move it on over. The greatest. So he is at this point all the way up, touching the firmament. Got everything. Now that he's being humble, Job 42 and 10.
Job 42, verse 10. And Yahuwah turned the captivity of Job. And Yahuwah turned the captivity of Job.
He turned the captivity of Job. Read.
When he prayed for his friends.
When he did what?
When he prayed for his friends.
Read.
Also Yahuwah gave Job twice as much as he had before.
He gave him what?
Twice as much as he had before.
Wow, so as much as he had, in the first time I said he had how many sheep?
7,000.
So now he did
14,000.
14,000. How many camels?
500.
So now he got 1,000. He said 3,000 what?
500 yoke of oxen and 3,000 something else.
So every day now he gets double to him. Now that he's been humbled, he gets even more. But what actually stands out in this verse?
Looks like he's being an intercessor for his friends.
He prayed for his friends. Even though these are the friends that were there antagonizing him and talking about him and going in on him, he still don't say, now that I got my stuff back there, let me beat it. He prayed for them. These are the same people that was there at his throat. He prayed for them. I want you to really, really hold on to that. Because again, I'm going to cut that thing off.
cut all of it off. And that's when Yahuwah actually turned his joint. It don't say he turned it any time before that. It said he turned it when he prayed for his friend.
I want to finish verses 5 to 6, man, because it blew my mind.
Go back to it. Verse 5, Job 42?
Yeah.
Job 42:5. I have heard of you by the hearing of the ear, but now my eyes see you. Wherefore I abhor myself and repent in dust and ashes. In what? In dust and ashes.
So now he's completely humble.
Nothing.
Just like you told Adam.
Exactly, the exact same thing. Now he realizes it took all of this for him to realize I'm nothing but dirt. He's way greater than me. It's like when Isaiah was saying, woe to this, woe to that, woe to them, and woe here, and woe there, woe, woe, woe. As soon as he got in the vision of Yah, he said, woe is me. At that moment, he realized I'm nothing. And this is we all need to come to the woe moment and realize that man just say, give me my breath back. What happens to you? Death. Fall out. Nothing. People cry weak and you forgot about it. Nothing. Jeremiah chapter 9, verse 23. Yep. Jeremiah 9, 23.
Jeremiah chapter 9 and verse 23. Thus saith Yahuwah, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom.
Let him what?
Let not the wise man glory in his wisdom.
So if you get a little bit of wisdom, don't let it puff you up and glory in it. Don't do that. Solomon, read.
Neither let the mighty man glory in his might.
He said, don't let the mighty man glory in his might. So when dudes go to the gym and work out, why you got to walk like this? Why you got to do this?
Real quick, what you talking to him?
Yeah, exactly.
What's up, brother? How you doing?
Why you gotta grab me hard and slap me in the back? What is that for? I don't want to fight with you, bro. Say, don't let the mighty man glory in his might, Samson. Look, I can pick that whole thing up.
But let him that glory, let not the rich man glory in his riches.
Say, don't let the rich man glory in his riches. How does that work? Because you want everybody to know that you got money.
How you doing today, man? Straight. You know what I'm saying?
Floyd Mayweather. There's people in this world who are starving. He was burning $100 bills. That is horrible. Here's your money. You can do what you want to do. But that's horrible. So he is glorying in his riches. So he tell me these three things. Don't do any of these. But what?
But let him that glory or esteem in this, that he understands,
That he what?
that he understands and knows me.
And what?
That he understands and knows me.
And the only way that you understand and know him is to know what?
His law.
His law. That is what you should be concentrating on day and night, meditating on his law in order to learn it, in order to trust in him. So again, how do you learn to trust in him? How do we get to just know these things? How do we trust in this man? I've never seen him before. Psalms 37, verse 25. Psalms 37, verse 25.
The book of Psalms, chapter 37 and verse 25. I have been young, and now I am old. Yet I have not seen the righteous forsaken.
He said, what?
I have not seen the righteous forsaken.
He says, I ain't never seen the righteous forsaken. Never seen. I've been young, and now I'm old, and I ain't never in my life saw the righteous forsaken. Notice he says the righteous forsaken. Read.
Nor his seed begging for bread.
Nor what?
His seed begging for bread.
So if you see somebody begging for bread, what does that show you? Something that you have done along your life has put you in this position. Some choices that you have made have put you in the position or predicament that you are in. You don't just start out there. Something that you did over and over and over again have put you there. Read.
He is ever merciful and lending, and his seed is increased. Depart from evil and do good.
Do what?
Depart from evil and do good.
He said, depart from evil and do good. Read.
And dwell forever.
And do what?
And dwell forevermore.
And dwell forevermore. You will get the eternal life if you do right. But the reason you are out here is because you have done something in opposition of my law, of my ways. You have put yourself here. This is not a reason to look down on nobody. Proverbs 19:17.
Proverbs 19:17. He that hath pity upon the poor, lend unto Yahuwah.
He said what?
He that hath pity upon the poor, lends unto Yahuwah.
You do what to God?
Lends unto Yahuwah.
So if you give to the poor, he said it's like lending to him. Read.
And that which he hath given, will he pay him again.
You gonna do what?
Pay him again.
You trust God that he's gonna give you your money back?
Yes. I've seen it.
Oh no.
A million times over.
Oh no.
If we let together, that's what I'm gonna do. Can't let you know.
Well, I'm saying I did that first. Trust is something I had to grow with. Like, I had to know when to believe that once I gave to somebody something, I was going to get it back. It took time.
Absolutely.
Believe.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Application. Building.
Yep.
I never not ate unless I not wanted to.
That's the building. Exactly.
I've never not eaten unless I didn't want to. Always.
Exactly. I chose to fast today. Not because we didn't have it. I don't want to eat because I don't like liver. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It's a difference.
Yep. We got claws in this marriage.
So we build into something. Genesis 15, verse 1.
Genesis 15:1. After these things, the word of Yahuwah came unto Abram in a vision, saying, Fear not, Abram, I am your shield and your exceeding great reward.
I'm your what?
Your shield and your exceeding great reward.
What does the shield imply?
Protection.
I'm your protection. Read.
And your exceeding great reward. And Abram said, Yahuwah Elohim, what will you give me? Seeing I no childless, and the steward of my house is Eleazar of Damascus. And Abram said, behold, to me you have given no seed, and lo, one born in my house is not mine heir. And behold, the word of Yahuwah came to him, saying, this shall not be your heir, but he that shall come forth out of your own bowels shall be out of your own bowels.
So you're going to have a son out of your own bowels. Read.
Shall be your heir. And he brought him forth abroad and said, look now toward Shamayim, and tell the stars if you're able to number. And he said unto him, so shall your seed be. And he believed in Yahuwah.
He what?
And he believed in Yahuwah.
Right here he has trust in God. He says he trusts him. I believe what you said. Read.
And he counted to him for righteousness.
So since you trusted me, you believed in me, I'm going to count this to you as righteousness. Read on.
And he said unto him, I am Yahuwah that brought you out of the Ur of Chaldees, to give you this land to inherit it. And he said, Yahuwah Elohim, whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
What did he say?
Whereby shall I know that I shall inherit it?
Now what is he doing?
Flipping the script.
God add layers of stuff, so he don't trust everything, trying to figure out everything that's being said to him, because it's something that he can't understand. It's exceeding past his brain.
Coming right back.
Yes, he's doing the joke.
After he just said what he just said, but how I know I'm going to get it. What did I just tell you? I just told you. I'm your exceeding reward. I'm this and I'm that. That's how you know. Trust what I'm telling you. I just told you there was a good thing that you turn right back around and ask me something like this. So, right now, at this moment, if y'all were to ask him, take Isaac, your only son, take him on that mount and slay him, do you think he would have done it?
Yes. I don't think so. I said, yeah.
He wouldn't have done it. He wouldn't have done it at this point. That's why this thing has to be something that's built up. You don't just trust him off the rip. You got to know his actions, the way that he maneuvers and do these things. And you got to know his law to understand the way that he handles things, and that builds your trust. You don't just jump right into this. Right? What verse was you in?
That was verse 8.
Read.
And he said unto him, take me a heifer of 3 years old, and a she-goat of 3 years old, and a ram of 3 years old, and a turtle dove and a young pigeon. And he took unto him all these, and divided them in the midst, and laid each piece one against another.
Well, you all remember the meaning of this? All right. Read.
But the birds divided he not. And when the fowls came down upon the carcasses, Abraham drove them away. And when the sun was going down, a deep sleep fell upon Abram, and lo, and horror of greatness fell upon him.
So we know in here that this is talking about walking between the pieces. Whoever walks between the pieces is promising to die if the covenant is not fulfilled. So he has this. Abraham now understands this, and Yah is doing this. Genesis 17, verse 1.
Genesis 17:1. And when Abram was 90 years old and 9, Yahuwah appeared to Abram.
He was 99 years old. Read.
And said unto him, I am the Almighty Elohim. Walk before me, and be you perfect. exceedingly. And Abraham fell on his face. And Elohim talked with him, saying, as for me.
So this time he fell on his face, right? He's praying, prostrating himself. Read.
Behold, my covenant is with you, and you shall be a father of many nations. Neither shall your name any more be called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made you.
A father of what?
Many nations have I made you.
Notice he says, a father of many nations have I made you. At this time, Abraham only has what? One son. But he's telling them right here, right now, I've already made you a nation, a father of many nations. At this time, he only has one son, which is Ishmael. Read.
Neither shall your name be any more called Abram, but your name shall be Abraham. For a father of many nations have I made you. And I will make you exceeding fruitful, and will make nations of you, and kings shall come out of you. And I will establish my covenant between me and you, and your seed after you in their generations for an everlasting covenant, to be an Elohim unto you, and to your seed after you. And I will give unto you, and to your seed after you, the land where you are a stranger.
Jump down to verse 13.
He that is born in my house, and he that is bought with your money, must needs be circumcised. My covenant shall be in your flesh for an everlasting covenant. And the uncircumcised man-child, whose flesh of his foreskin is not circumcised, that soul should be cut off from his people. He hath broken my covenant. Verse 15. And Elohim said unto Abraham, as for Sarah your wife, you shall not call her name Sarah or Sarai, but Sarah shall her name be, and I will bless her, and give you a son also of her.
And do what?
I will give you a son also of her.
So he's directly telling him that your wife's name is about to be changed. Princes and kings are going to come from her, and you're going to directly have a son by her. Right? Directly. Read.
And I will bless her, and give you a son also of her. Yea, I will bless her, and she shall be a mother of nations. King of people shall be of her. And Abraham fell upon his face and laughed.
Wait a minute, he did what?
Fell upon his face and laughed.
Abraham fell on his face the first time in worship, in humbleness. But right here, he fell on his face and did what?
Laughed.
He fell on his face and laughed in Yah's face. Why is he laughing?
He don't trust. He don't believe.
He don't trust and he don't believe him. How do you think that made Yah feel?
Man, in real life, the only thing I can think of is like the first thing to say is like the N word. Like, laughing for it. Get up.
This man laughed in his face.
How?
Not just this is the all out laugh. This is what?
Yeah, gut busted.
Gut exactly. This is the all out laugh. And he's doing. He fell on his face and laughed. Verse 17.
And Abraham fell upon his face and laughed, and said in his heart, shall a child be born of him that's 100 years old? And shall Sarah, that is 90 years old, dead? And Abraham said unto Elohim, only Israel might live before you.
I already got a son. You don't got to go through all that other stuff that you want to do. I already got a son anyway. Make Ishmael in. Go with my plan. Use my plan. It's better than yours. No. I already told you something. You didn't believe it. You right now don't trust Yah. Even though it was counted to him for righteousness, but believing him earlier, he don't fully trust Yah at this moment. Read on.
And Abraham said to Elohim, O that Ishmael might live before you. And Elohim said, Sarah your wife shall bear you a son indeed.
He's going to tell you again. Now I think the tone has changed. With him. What I tell you, Sarah gonna bear you a son. Indeed. Read that again.
And Elohim said, Sarah your wife shall bear you a son indeed. And you will call his name Isaac. And you will call his name what? And you will call his name Isaac.
So why is his name Isaac?
Since you laughed.
Since you laughed.
That's what he did here. Calling laughter.
Laugh at that.
Never remember. Never remember you laughed at Yahuwah.
Genesis 18, verse 10.
Genesis 18:10. And he said, I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your wife shall have a son.
He's talking to who now?
Abraham.
He's still talking to Abraham, right? Where is Sarah at?
Watch.
See in the blinds.
Now let's see. Hey, I'm wrong over here. Right. Hunting around, cooking all this food all the time. She didn't even say that. She was righteous. She was righteous. She didn't say that. Say whatever you need. Hey, God!
See the blind good husband. Listen. Read on.
And Sarah heard it at the tent door.
Go back to verse 10.
Verse 10, that is verse 10. And he said, I will certainly return unto you according to the time of life. And lo, Sarah your wife shall have a son. And Sarah heard it in the tent door, and was behind him, which was behind him. Now Abraham and Sarah were old and well stricken in age, and it ceased to be with Sarah after the manner of women. Therefore Sarah laughed within herself.
She did what?
Laughed within herself.
So she laughed within herself. She don't what? She don't believe. She don't trust. Read.
Saying, after I am waxed old, shall I have pleasure?
Well, days of that, I thought that was over with.
We just talk now. We used to have conversations now. My master pretty old also.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my God.
It needs some of those libido pills from crowds.
And Abraham, got you. I love you. I got the extra libidos. Super libidos. And Yahuwah said unto Abraham, why Sarah?
Why she laughing? He's offended. Why she laughing? Do I amuse you? Funny how? Funny how, my clown? Do I amuse you? You think this is funny? Tell me how this is funny.
First off, he just showed you how to check a man's wife. Through her husband. What you laughing for?
Exactly. You just did it.
You should have got none of that. I just told you.
I can laugh.
You do a laugh. I didn't laugh. I didn't hear it.
There you go. Laugh at it.
I ain't hear it. She hit it with herself.
You know.
And Yahuwah said unto Abraham,
can do anything. And you think I can't do this? He allowed this to happen for a reason. To show us something. I can let you be 100 years old and give birth to a child, which in our minds we still think is impossible. Right. So he's sure they get hurt. This goes with the virgin birth. Because you're thinking that it's impossible for me to do anything. I can do anything. He's letting you know, is it anything too hard for me? What you think is hard is minuscule to me. Nothing. Exactly. You think I can't do this? What? Read on.
Is anything too hard for you? At the time appointed, I will return to you, according to the time of life. And Sarah shall have a son.
She shall what?
And she shall have a son.
Read.
Then Sarah denied, saying,
She what?
Denied, saying, I laugh not. Now,
I didn't laugh.
oh, she ain't talking to you. Now she said, I ain't mad.
She is blind looking.
Abraham's background, where he came from a family where idol worship, right?
Yes.
So that's all he knew. So he was basically kind of learning about Yah as a grown man instead of a child.
Right. Absolutely. What verse you with?
Verse 15.
Read it again.
Then Sarah lied, saying, I laugh not, for she was afraid.
She was what?
For she was afraid.
You should have been afraid of what? And not laugh. So, Genesis 21, verse 1.
That's crazy. He's talking to Abraham. She can't even contain herself because she want to look good in front of people. I didn't even laugh. Yes, you did.
Genesis 21, verse 1.
Genesis 21:1. And Yahuwah did Sarah as he had said.
As what?
As he had said.
My word don't return to me void. What I say I'm going to do. Read.
And Yahuwah did unto Sarah as he had spoken. Look what he just said. He did. And Yahuwah did unto Sarah as he had spoken. For she conceived and bare Abraham a son in his old age.
His what?
In his old age.
Read.
At the same time of which Elohim had spoken to him. Abraham called the name of his son that was born unto him. And Sarah bare to him Isaac. And Abraham circumcised his son Isaac, being 8 days old, as Elohim had commanded him. And Abraham was 100 years old when his son Isaac was born unto him. And Sarah said, Elohim hath made me to laugh.
He did what?
He hath made me to laugh.
He's made me to laugh.
He made me laugh,
He was made me laugh. So now the boy's name is Isaac, which is laughter.
Yeah, that's all.
So now that they had this son, they what? They now believe. They now trust in him. Genesis 22, verse 9.
Genesis 22:9. And they came to the place which Elohim had told him of. And Abraham built an altar there, and laid the wood in order, and bound Isaac his son, and laid him on the altar upon the wood. And Abraham stretched forth slay his son.
To do what?
To slay his son.
So before they earned his trust and belief in him, he would have never did this. But now that he knows that he is for real, you done walked him in pieces. You done gave me a son when I was 100 years old. You for real. I believe you who you say you are. You said, do it to my son? Yeah, you walked through the pieces. Okay, I'll do it. Now, he believes. But it had, like Ron said, it had to be built upon for him to actually do this. So we don't want to get in the fire or in the storm and then try to test the faith. You want to already have it building. Alright? Matthew 14. So we ain't going to go here, but Daniel and the three brothers all had to have their faith built up as well. So when y'all gave them the understanding of the interpretation of that dream, through that vision, it let them know that he was real. That's how they was able to go in that furnace, because they trusted him and they believed in what he was saying. Theirs had to be built up as well. Matthew 14, verse 13.
Matthew 14 and verse 13. And Yeshua heard of it. He departed thence by ship into a desert place apart. And when the people had heard thereof, they followed him on foot out of the cities. Yeshua went forth and saw a great multitude and was moved with compassion toward them. And he healed their sick. And when it was evening, his disciples came to him, saying, there is a desert place. The time is now past. Send the multitude away, that they may go into the villages and buy themselves victuals. And Yeshua said unto them, they need not depart.
They what?
They need not depart.
Don't send them away. Read.
Give you them to eat. And they said unto them, we have here 5 loaves.
We have what?
We have 5 loaves.
We only have 5 loaves. Read.
And 2 fishes.
2 fish. 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish. Read.
He said, bring them to me. And he commanded the multitude to sit down on the grass. And he took the 5 loaves and the 2 fish. And looking up to Shammai, he increased and brake and gave the loaves to his disciples. And the disciples to the multitude. And they did all eat.
And they what?
They did all eat.
So he has just fed a multitude of more than 5,000 people, 5,000 men by itself, plus the women and children. He just took these 5 loaves and these 2 fish and fed the multitude of people. Read.
And they did all eat and were filled.
And were what?
And were filled.
So everybody had enough. You ate to the full. Keep this in mind. Read.
And they took up of the fragments that remained 12 baskets full. And they that had eaten were about 5,000 men.
Plus what?
Besides women and children.
So it was more than 5,000 people that ate from these 5 loaves and 2 fish. Read.
And straightway Yeshua constrained his disciples to get into a ship and to go before him unto the other side.
So imagine being there to experience this miracle, right? What would you think if you saw on that table 5 loaves and 2 fish, and somehow this man multiplied this little bit of food and fed over 5,000 people? How would you feel being there and witnessing that and actually eating this? How would you imagine how you would feel seeing this? What you would think if you were a part of this. This would take you on a natural high. You got to be like, oh my God, man, this guy is the truth. We all just sat here and witnessed him take 5 loaves and 2 fish, and he just fed like 10,000 people from nothing. He just did this. Imagine his feelings. So they all have the high feeling right now. But usually when you come out of the high feeling, here comes the storm. Here comes the storm to test you, to see something. So right after he finished this miracle, he sent his disciples away, read on.
And straightway Yeshua constrained his disciples to get into a ship and to go before him unto the other side, while he sent the multitude away. And when he had sent the multitudes away, he went up into a mountain apart to pray. And when the evening was come, he was there alone. But the ship was now in the midst of the sea.
He was what?
In the midst of the sea, tossed with the waves.
So now the disciples have entered into a storm. So how is it that when you enter into your storm, do you handle it? When they send you a shut-off notice to say, pay $390 or your lights and your gas is shut off. What do? Do you panic? Do you do like the guys would say, I got to go and hit a lick? Or do you do like the woman would say, I got to go and turn a trick? I gotta get this money. I gotta get out here and get it how I live. I can't have my babies going through nothing. But why are you in the predicament anyway? Did you neglect to do something that put you in the storm? Did you go buy those Gucci boots? Did you? You knew that you had the shut-off notice. Did you go do something silly? Did you spend your money on a trip that you know you couldn't afford? Put yourself in the storm yourself. I can't miss out. So when we go into our own storm, how do you handle it? Do we trust in God? Or do I gotta get it how I live?
Remember we was talking about that wilderness thing. It's the same concept. Did you put yourself in it? Or did he put you in it? So with the disciples here, did he put them in that situation? Or did they put themselves in that situation?
I think he put him in there, right?
Yes,
Yes, he put them there.
using a metaphor for this storm that they are suddenly in. Usually comes right after you went to a highest point. That he puts you in one of these storms to see how you handle it. And to see if you're going to turn to me or are you going to go your own way and trust in your own self. Pick it up when you go for.
And the ship was in the midst, this verse 24, of the sea tossed with waves, but the wind was contrary. And in the 4 hours of the night, Yeshua went unto them, walking on the sea.
Doing what?
Walking on the sea.
So this man is defying all logic, physics, and all of this stuff. He's walking on the water towards them. Read.
And when the disciples saw him walking on the sea, they were troubled.
They were what?
They were troubled.
Didn't he just feed over 5,000 people with 2 fish and 5 loaves? Is anything too hard for me? Y'all just witnessed it. You just was there. You just saw me do it. This is the same day. Read on.
Saying, is it a spirit? And they cried out for fear. But straightway Yeshua spake unto them, saying, Hear the cheer.
Hear what?
Hear the cheer.
It is who?
It is I.
It is I. It's me. The one that just fed all the people that you've been with doing miracles. It's me. Read.
Be not afraid. And Peter answered him and said, Master, if it be you, bid me come out on the wall.
Tell me to come out there with you. Even though it's a storm, and you know you were scared of the storm anyway. Because that's how we are. Boom, boom. Ooh. Turn the TV off. Turn the lights off.
Not even unplug the TV.
You on that phone?
Hey, girl, let me get off of this phone. Gospel with you. I'll get the Lord.
The Lord.
You know you was in the storm anyway.
I'm putting that hand, boy.
You know, we all. Now, why would you be asked to come out there? If it's you, ask me to come out there. Bring me out there with you now. Even though I'm scared of the waves anyway. Peter was a mess. Read on.
And he said, Come on. And when Peter was coming down out of the ship, he walked on the water.
He did what?
He walked on the water.
He's actually doing it. Peter is the only other person to actually do it. He's walking on the water. He's doing it. Read.
To go to Yeshua. But when he saw the wind,
He saw what?
when he saw the wind,
It was already doing that. Don't little. Whoa, wait a minute. See, I understand, because I'm afraid to drown. That's my greatest fear, so I wouldn't have been there anyway. Come on in, y'all. I can't wait to touch your hand when you get in the boat. I ain't coming out there, though. Read.
when he saw the wind boisterous, he was afraid.
He was what?
Afraid.
He was afraid, even though the man who created the waves is there with you on it. Read.
And beginning to sink, he cried.
He did what?
He cried,
Read.
saying, Master, save me.
Do what?
Save me.
Save me. He is the Savior. Save me. Read.
And immediately Yeshua stretched forth his hand and called him and said unto him, Oh, you a little faith.
Oh, you a what?
Oh, you a little faith.
Oh, you a little faith. You still don't believe or trust me. Read.
Why did you doubt? And when they were came into the ship, the wind ceased.
It did what?
The wind ceased.
The wind ceased. Read.
Then they that were in the ship came and worshiped him, saying, Of a truth, you are the Son of Elohim. Of a truth, you are the Son of Elohim.
Now they believe, now they trust. It took that of a truth, but you still didn't, that let you know that they still didn't trust and believe after he did the miracle with the fish. You really are. You really are. Wow, that's him. You didn't know before? After all the stuff I've done, you still didn't know? Matthew 27, verse 39.
Matthew 27 and verse 39. And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads.
They did what?
passed by reviled him, wagging their heads.
So he's up on this stake in agony and in pain, and the people were walking by him, wagging their head and doing what?
Wagging their heads and saying, you have destroyed the temple and built it in 3 days. Save yourself.
Do what?
Save yourself.
Now they were mocking him, wagging their heads and doing all type of stuff to him. He's in agony and in pain, and they say, save yourself. You talking about you can save somebody else? Save yourself. Read.
If you be the son of Elohim,
If you what?
if you be the son of Elohim,
Same thing Satan was doing. If you be the son, you know that I am. But if you be the son of Elohim, read.
come down from the stake.
Get yourself down. If you be the son of Elohim, get down off of there. Read.
Likewise also the chief priests mocking with the scribes and elders said, he said nothing.
He did what?
He said nothing.
You were saving everybody else, read.
Himself he cannot say.
What?
Himself he cannot say.
Himself he cannot save. Now imagine you being on this stake, and all of these people are talking about you like a dog. Right? This will be the carry moment. They're all going to laugh at you. They're all going to laugh at you. Boom. So, I'm going to kill every one of y'all. You mocking me? You making fun of me? And I done did all of this for you? Just show you how great this man is. Because again, me reading this makes my own pride bubble up and want to destroy him.
Right now, back in.
Exactly. You got the nerve to do this to me? And then we know what y'all said before. Let him die and his blood be on us and on our children. Mocking them and reviling them. Read.
If he be the king of Israel, let him now come down from the stake, and we will believe him.
And we will look.
And we will believe him.
So this was the whole thing that he wanted the people to believe in him. Now they said, well, if you get down, we'll believe in you. But if you get down off of the stake, what does that do for everybody?
They all die anyway.
You all die anyway. You go to the lake of fire. You are no more. If he actually gets down, read.
He trusted in Elohim.
He did what?
He trusted in Elohim.
He got up on that stake and went through all of this pain and turmoil of being mocked and scoring the whole line, knowing what was going to happen to him. And he says he what?
He trusted in Elohim. Let him deliver him now.
Let him do what?
Let him deliver him now.
Let him deliver him now. So he got up on there and knew what was going to take place with him. Knew that he was going to die and they was going to mock him. And he knew he had to go through it. But he trusted that y'all going to wake me up on the third day. Else he wouldn't have done it.
Exactly.
Proverbs chapter 3, verse 5.
Proverbs 3 and 5. Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart.
Do what?
Trust in Yahuwah with all your heart.
He trusted in Yah with all his heart. Read.
And lean not unto your own understanding.
He said, the words I speak are the words of my Father. I don't speak nothing of myself. So I trust in him, and I never lean to my own understanding. This court is a journey.
Hallelujah.
Questions, comments, concerns, pre-orders for the Lane E Church. Get at the brother Nate. Give it to Deacon Nate. Give it to Deacon Nate. That might be, is that our sister congregation? Over there with Bishop, what's his name? Bishop who? Tender. Tendergrass? Bishop Tender.
It was read earlier, and y'all, basically everybody heard it. David said, I've never seen the righteous forsaken nor seen begging bread. How does that balance out with, of course, he said he has never seen the righteous forsaken nor seen begging bread. But I have a question, about how that correlates with Luke 16, 19 to 22, about Lazarus. He was prepared, he was begging for bread, and he was given in that parable as being righteous.
Let's go there. I was already here. Luke 16. So they're talking about the parable of Lazarus and the rich man. Luke 16, verse 19, there was a certain rich man which was clothed in purple and fine linen, and fared sumptuously every day. And there was a certain beggar named Lazarus, which was laid at his gate full of sores, and desiring to be fed with the crumbs which fell from the rich man's table. Moreover, the dogs came and licked his sores. And it came to pass that the beggar died, and was carried by Malachim into Abraham's bosom. The rich man died also, and was buried. And he lifted up his eyes, being in torments, and seeing Abraham afar off, and Lazarus in his bosom. And he cried and said, Father Abraham, have mercy on me.
So, first off with this, we got to know that this is a parable, and that he is getting somewhere with this story. So this is not a literal thing right here, but he's actually using this as a metaphor to teach something.
Exactly, but, and I realize that's what I said. He chose to give this parable, but he speaks of a man who was begging crumbs from the table.
Right.
And being able to, in other words, it's an example of someone who could, in a situation, be righteous, someone who is saved.
Right.
Plus, I always noted that, I'm not saying he didn't get it from somewhere. I'm not saying that he pulled it out of the air. I'm saying he has never seen a righteous forsaken or seen begging bread. And then I thought about, I don't really totally understand the situation of him asking for the showbread either.
So we know that when you come with the showbread thing, it's because they have been walking or wherever they came from for like the 3 days, so they tired at this moment. But this don't mean that he's a quote unquote beggar right here.
No, but
Lazarus,
even though it was a parable, he was cited as being the one of the two that was righteous.
So even with the showbread, right? It was showing that bread was being provided to them by Yahuwah. Because they wasn't supposed to get it at all. But they were allowed to get it. Yahuwah told them to ask for it. Right? Here with Lazarus, it's just like we can look up many parables, right? So for example, if we look at what was given in Isaiah 4, right? We're talking about a man at the end having 7 wives, right? And they will say, take the reproach off of us, right? This is a parable of a husband with 7 wives. Some take this as, well, that means that it's, in the end, something like that is going to happen with men on the earth. And it's like, no, this was him showing you a picture of something. So it's not to say, this is not to go against his word, right? To say, hey, he gave a parable of this beggar, right? Remember, the beggar was in Abraham's bosom, not mentioned for righteousness, but mentioned because he went through turmoil in his life. Not necessarily for righteousness. Even if we go and deep into it, you get what I'm saying? He said that he was there because, hey, the rich man, you received your good things in life. And he received his whatever, right? Not necessarily for righteousness' sake, so to speak. So he was just trying to give a picture of something, not necessarily righteous and evil in that regard, but more so hey, if you got something and you're able to give, go ahead and give it.
The reason why I asked you is because we're faced with beggars all the time.
Yes.
Even coming on the way to Shabbat.
Yes.
There's lots of different opinions of what one should do. There just is. I've given to people that I've seen based on what being, trying to be led by wisdom, because everybody out there is not sincere. For example, giving somebody a certificate. I had bought some back when they had, I don't know what they have now, but I asked them, gift certificates, or they call, the certificates where you buy them and have the certificates, or whatever they call them, to get food. And this woman was saying, hey, give me some money, I'm hungry. And I said, well, I don't have any cash on me right now. My brother about to catch the bus. I said, I do have some McDonald's certificates. And I gave it to her, and I think she cussed at me or something. We were right next to McDonald's. So I wouldn't suggest that she walk a long way. I'd just come out of there. So I'm not always thinking just because somebody's asking or begging that they're real. Or being cold, but that's what I mean. So it hurts to sound like saying, if you see somebody out there begging for food, bread, or whatever, that they're automatically, they're not righteous. So, where does that come in? How much is that?
So, some people have made bad choices to get out there. And then some people are out there as a scam, which will still make you a bad person. And you are making a bad choice in what you are doing right now, right? Because you are out there standing and you're actually taking from somebody that actually really needs it.
Well, one thing that I thought about, and I'm just asking this because it's an important thing to me, is to handle that correctly. I wouldn't want to be in their place, but some of the things that went in my mind was having no friends, because my husband knows somebody who's never had a place of his own, but someone will always give him somewhere to stay. And the young man is like in his late 40s, but he's never had his own, he's never had a second job, but he has friends, so he's never on the street. So I'm like, the people who are on the street, because not only do they not have a job or whatever, but they don't even have a relationship with somebody who will let them stay with them part of the time. So bottom line is, are we helping support someone's bad habit to give? We don't know the circumstances, but you were saying that they're automatically not righteous, right?
No, I didn't ever say that they were. I said you have put yourself in a bad situation because the path that we're on is something that you did. So we go back to the story. This is where I went to. I said, Adam. How was Adam outside of his garden now? Who did it? He did, right? Off of his choice.
Are there no exceptions? For example, the woman who has a husband who she doesn't work. She may be having a family. Her husband died and leaves her. She has children. She's never worked. And while she's trying to find employment, that's just a scenario.
So, run your scenario one more time.
A woman, whether it's in a third world country or here. It's more common in third world, what they call third world country. She's totally dependent on her husband. Maybe her whole family dies. She has children. Her husband either dies or leaves her. And maybe they don't have a support system in their country or whatever. And she's begging. Or maybe the woman here. House burned down. Or people also, like, the storm comes through. This happens to people who have jobs and stuff. The whole place city's wiped out by storm. So a lot of the people ship truckloads of water, supplies, whatever to them. There's a whole lot of hope.
So according to God's law, if she is a widow with children, what's supposed to take place? Others supposed to, exactly. There's a means that you can get stuff. So let's say, for instance, somebody moved to New Orleans and the hurricane came through and wiped it out. Now, does people not know that New Orleans and Texas and Florida and all of them different places, you already know that they're known for having what? So, when you moved there, what were you doing?
Me, myself, I don't consider that.
Yeah, you put yourself.
People in Michigan, they got hit with it yesterday or the day before, and it's rare for it to happen here. Or somebody set a fire in the apartment. That happened a few months ago when it was still winter. Someone in the apartment did something to cause the apartment building to burn. And other people living there with them, they weren't doing it. They didn't cause the fire.
So,
They were out on the street.
how much stuff do we buy that we don't need? Think about it. How much stuff that we actually buy in a day, in a week, in a month, in a year, that we don't need, right? Because we don't think ahead to a rainy day. So again, when you're buying frivolous stuff that has no meaning, you are adding to it.
No, I'm talking about somebody whose apartment building burned down because of somebody else.
It's-
They didn't cause the fire, and I'm not talking about how much they had or didn't have.
They didn't cause the fire, but if you went into this building, you're supposed to have something. Insurance. So when this happens to you, you're still supposed to be taken care of. Right? My mom's basement flooded. You had something though, right, Mom? And it was what? Even though they will say that this was an act of God, she had something in place to take care of that. So if we stop buying nonsense that we don't need, you would have the money to do your insurance. Again, most of this stuff is self-inflicted. Not all, but 95% of what's taking place with you in your own life, it is you. You are doing it.
Yeah, the closest I came to that was from Iowa. And I was working and all that, but I got sick. And then when my insurance ran out of how much they take care of me. And fortunately, the thing in that actually happened to me, I had family. So I'm going to stay with my dad.
Everybody should have some family to lean on, but what if you're terrible to your family? I can't stand none of them niggas.
You said what?
If you're terrible to your family, I can't stand none of them. So you've already burned the bridge to that.
Right, that's what I was saying.
So again,
In the beginning, that these people not only don't have money, but why is it they have no money? They have something that can help it.
So there's a difference between somebody that's in need and a beggar, right? And because we gotta, and I understand your question. Real quick, we're gonna go through so we can decipher between the two. because the scripture kind of lay it out. Jump over to James chapter 2 first. Even if we think about the children of Israel in the wilderness, they were in need, right? They were hungry, but Yahuwah provided for them bread, right? We consider, the disciples, right? Or apostles, as they went on their missions and they went from city to city and town to town. They didn't have quote unquote jobs or whatever have you, but those things that were provided for them were provided by people by way of Yahuwah, but they weren't beggars, right? So just going through deciphering the beggar from the one that's in need, further pushing the point that Luke 16 was more so just a parable, right? So let's look at this. James 2, picking up at verse 18. Actually, start at verse 9. 2 and 9. James 2 and 9.
James 2 and 9. But if you have respect to persons, you commit sin and are convinced of the law as transgressions.
So he's talking about, a lot of James 1 was talking about rich people in the congregation looking upon the people that don't have as much as they got, right? Go ahead and read it.
For whosoever shall keep the whole law and yet offend in one point, he is guilty of all.
All right, drop down to verse 12.
Verse 12. So speak you, and so do as they that shall be judged by the law of liberty. And he shall have judgment without mercy, that have shewed no mercy, and mercy rejoiceth against the judgment.
Go ahead.
What would profit a man, brethren, though a man say he have faith and have not works? Can faith save him?
So a person that is a believer, if they don't have anything to eat, they are literally solely waiting on Yahuwah to provide for them. We have a situation in the wilderness where manna came down from Shamayim. How many times are we going to see that now? Right? The manna ceased. We ain't just got bread falling from the sky. Right? So now there has to be other ways that our provider provides for us in these times. Go ahead.
If a brother or sister be naked and destitute of daily food.
Verse 15 again.
If a brother or sister be
Verse
naked.
15 again.
If a brother or sister be naked.
Brother or sister, what is he getting at? Believers. If a brother or sister be naked and what?
Destitute of daily food.
It's your job to do what? To help, to give, right? So they don't become what? A beggar. Because they're believers, you being in the body of believers are supposed to be there to be their comfort. Right? Go ahead.
And what if you say unto them, depart you in peace, and be warned, and be filled, notwithstanding you give them not those things which are needful to the body, what doth it profit? Even so, faith, if it have not works, it is dead being alone.
So he's giving a scenario with believers, a group of believers. So if they believe and they ready, they're believing that you will provide for them, he's providing for them through you. Right? Keep reading.
Yea, a man may say, you have faith and have works. Shew me thy faith without thy works, and I will shew you my faith by my works. Thou believest that there is one Elohim, thou doest well.
Good. Jump over to Isaiah, the 58th chapter, verse 6. When we look through the law, we see where we have a surplus of crops. And he said, hey, don't take off the ends of the crops. Right? Why? People for who? Who are the ends of it supposed to be for? See, the Levite, the poor, the fatherless, they had stuff that was what? Stored up for them. Who are the corners? Strangers and who else? The poor. And the poor. If you leave these corners for these poor people, what do they have to do? They don't have to pay because what? Through Yahuwah's law, he has provided for them. He made provision, right? Good. You manage to Yahuwah, and it's exactly.
Don't clean, and you like to get you like 7 out of 10 don't do it here in the city. If you give it to them, Yahuwah know your heart. If you don't, you know that too.
But that's the thing. So we got to separate the two, right? So we got believers that Yahuwah provide for. We have the people that live in the land with the children of Israel that Yahuwah provides for, right? Whether they be strangers or they're poor, right? They're amongst us. So even if they're a stranger, at this time they're a believer, right? Isaiah chapter 58, because of verse 6.
Isaiah 58 and verse 6. Is not this the fast that I have chosen?
You do what?
To loose the bands of the wickedness, to unto the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free, and that you break every yoke.
Verse 7.
Is it not to deal your bread to the hungry?
It's to deal your bread to the hungry, Lord.
And that thou bring the poor that are cast out to your house, when thou seest the naked, and that thou cover him, and that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh.
So just like we was talking about in James, where he said, if you see a brother or sister hungry and destitute of daily food and naked, you're supposed to be there to do what? Provide for them. Now, what's the difference between these people and beggars? The poor. What's the difference between the poor that he's talking about that he keeps saying to give to and beggars? The beggars are who? Do we have a Bible for that? Is that different? Psalm 109. Picking up in verse 1. There's a difference. Right? These people, he's not mentioning these people as beggars.
The righteous don't beg for bread.
Because the righteous don't beg for bread. Why don't the righteous beg for bread? Because Yahuwah is making provision. You know who's going to give it to him. Because I gave you extra. Right?
Also in that verse, it didn't call that person an outcast. This is something.
It said to bring them into your house.
Right, so I'm saying, like, these people will be somebody that wasn't in part of Israel anyway. This would be somebody that's like a wanderer or a stranger, correct?
It could be a stranger, but he's still talking about amongst the people. Right? But check out the difference. We're going to see the difference. Right? Psalms 109 and 1.
Psalms 109 and 1. Hold not your peace, O Elohim, of my praise, for the mouth of the wicked.
The mouth of who?
Wicked.
So he already set the tone of who he's getting ready to talk about. The mouth of the wicked what?
And the mouth of the deceitful are open against me. They have spoken against me with a lying tongue. They compass me about also with words of hatred, and fought against me without a cause.
Verse 4.
For my love, they are my adversaries, but I give myself unto prayer.
So he's talking about wicked people. He said, even though they do this stuff to me, I give myself to prayer. Come on.
And they have rewarded me evil for good, and hatred for my love. Set thou a wicked man over him, and let Satan stand at his right hand. When he shall be judged, let him be condemned, and let his prayer become sin. Let his days be few.
Why is he able to say this stuff to Yahuwah? Because who he talking about? He's talking about a wicked person, right? But let's see what happened.
Let his days be few, and let another take his office. Let his children be fatherless, and his wife a widow. Let his children be continuously vagabonds and beg.
And what?
And beg.
Let his children be what?
Beggars.
They're going to be beggars. Why? Why are they going to be beggars? This is talking about a wicked man. Proverbs 20. Verse 1.
Proverbs 20:1. Wine is a barker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. The fear of a king is as the roaring of a lion. Whoso provoketh him to anger sinneth against his own soul.
Verse 4.
The sluggard, the sloth
is the sloth. Now, being the sloth is one of the what? Seven deadly sins. It says the sluggard, what happened?
will not plow by reason of the cold.
And what?
Therefore shall he beg.
Shall he do what?
Shall he beg in his heart
and what?
And have nothing.
So when we look at when he's talking about beggars, it's a certain type of light. Right? Lazy, wicked, sinner. But for the poor, see, the poor is different than a beggar. But what are you still supposed to do regardless of when you come into contact with either? You do.
Here, we live at, most of the youth that's out there are beggars.
Indeed.
Because you put yourself there.
Exactly. But the point is, as you as a believer, it don't matter if they're begging you or if they're poor amongst you. Your job is to give. Have discernment. If a person asking you for money on the street for food, when you can say, "Oh, I'll go buy you some food," and they turn it down, you use your discernment. They're asking you for money for food. Yes. Right? Okay, come on. Let's go buy you some food. Oh no, man, I ain't trying to do all that, man. You use your discernment. I'm trying to give you what you need. Right? So don't take it as like, because I know some people go, "Oh, we're not supposed to give to believers." No, absolutely not. Yahuwah said he makes it rain on them. And how do you think he do that? Through who? Through you. You know what I'm saying? Don't turn nobody down if you have it, you're supposed to be turning people down because you think you're a smoker, or you think they're a drinker, or, you know what I'm saying? If you do that, now you have to deal with your Creator, because he may have put you in a position to turn that man heart, turn that woman heart. You don't know.
And you don't know if you're entertaining
the angel or definitely wouldn't ask you for a pack of cigarette.
So again, we gotta think about this. Again, we put ourselves in these places. So you moved into an apartment or something, and it gets set on fire. You didn't have nothing to do with that, right? But if you are right, somebody is going to let you come and live with them. Because why would they? Why would you? I can't let that nigga live in my house. Why? Because he's done something. His character has shown something. Well, I want to bring her in, but I can't let her come in here. You know what I'm saying? It's something that about you, that has caused this. Well, I can't let you in here because I know you. Something with your character is already showing you to be shady. You know what I'm saying? So even if these scenarios did happen, if my house burned up, I know for a fact I can go somewhere. I know for a fact I can go to Asbury Park for a fact. You know what I'm saying? So,
a lot of things, like you said, with these situations, a lot of things that work with our brother, we pride. Some people get
to ask, because in my mind, they're going to talk about me. I make up a scenario in my own head. I can't do this because I know the niggas going to be talking about me. You made that up.
I got a question when you said that. When you make stuff up in your own mind, you're bearing false witnesses? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, that's a part of it, because you created a scenario that didn't even happen. You believe in something that you were making up. I ain't asking them because I already know they just gonna talk about me and they gonna all do this and this and this. See, and you make up this stuff. Right. So I thought that this was just like a old man type of thing, because the guy that I get my tires from, he got a tire shop on Harbor, and people are coming there, and if you come in there and you playing your music loud, he is going to turn you away, no matter what. He's going to make up a story. Yeah. Hey, go down there, man. My air compressor broke. Go down there on Dexter, on Dexter and Warren. Yeah, my air compressor broke. Then he say, yeah, that nigga ain't gonna kill me. He said, yeah, that nigga ain't gonna kill me. Come in here, he go out, I give him some new tires, he drive down the street and the tire busts in the pothole, the nigga come back here and kill me. Where did he get that from? He turns away thousands of dollars a day doing that. So if he see you and whatever it is that he think of you out of his mind, that's what it is. I ain't serving it. Go down the street. My stick man do the same stuff. He make up stuff in his head and he make it true. I'm like, bro, that didn't even happen. My other actor that I talk to on the daily, he do the same thing. Make up stuff in his brain and he think it's the truth because that's what he thinks.
So that's transgression against the law, right?
I mean, you passing judgment on stuff that don't even exist. You making it happen.
I want to say one thing about the giving to the poor thing, whether they're measure or not. You got to remember that he's going to measure us to whatever measure that we need. So if you don't want to give somebody just because you think they're going to spend on the vice, Most High is going to look at your vices. If you still struggling with gossip, if you still holding grudges, if you still watching porn or whatever it may be, just because you don't like that particular vice, don't mean you shouldn't give to that person. You should give to that person.
Okay, so we were talking about a little earlier on about trusting in Yah, you know, when you go through your storms and things like that. So like say, you know, you do fall on hard times and you can't pay bills or something like that. And this may have been answered like earlier. So say, you know, you had said like, you know, like what Antoine said is what most people would do. But like, so what would be the opposing thing to do then if you're not supposed to do what he said to do?
You got it. Exactly. He said pray first. And when you do it his way, somebody's just out the blue, like stuff that you would never expect. Hey bro, I got a little job over here to do, you know what I'm saying? Pay you a couple $100 just out the blue. Stuff like this happens with believers. You know what I'm saying? And then again, if you actually right, and you ain't burned bridges, and you ain't been a shady character, you usually can get the money from your people. Right? If you show something in that character that's shady, I want to help him, but
yeah, because that's a pivotal part of what you taught today. We got to start praying and seeking God before we do the littlest things. We see when David got the kingdom in 2 Samuel, he was the king. He still prayed to God, should I live in Hebron first? Should I go do this? Before he did anything, he prayed first. You should start doing that. You should stop acting first.
I told y'all that story. There was a brother in California that was like, we went out, we left from the Shabbat service, and he said, we're like, hey man, we getting ready to go grab something to eat. I'm like, you coming? He's like, hold on for a minute. I gotta ask y'all. And I was like, oh, I'm like, what? I was like 19 at the time. So he literally went off and he prayed. He was over there for a while. And he came back, he was like, I feel secure going out with y'all. I'm like, what did you do? He said, I went over and prayed to y'all about going out with y'all. And I felt like disrespected that. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, you think I'm a son or something? Like, I'm about to go out and do this? He's like, no. He's like, I literally do this for everything. He's like, I thank y'all for everything. So if he tricked, thank you, y'all. It could have been worse. You know what I'm saying? At the time, I'm like, this dude doing way too much. But, I mean, that's what he's looking at is acknowledging the Most High in all of my ways, seeking Yahuwah in everything that I do. I'm like, you know.
How do I know when God, if I go coming to y'all for a situation and I'm praying for him to answer me in some type of way, how do I know how to move after that? Like, how do I know what his answer was? You know what I'm saying? How long do I just sit and I just wait for something to happen? Like, when do I not?
Faith without works is dead. So it's some sort of way that you should know. You know what I'm saying? Through your own life, through your own experiences, you're gonna know that I gotta get up and do this, but I can't just sit here and do nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So the works part come into it. And again, you're supposed to have a support system around you, believers, and counsel. And if you haven't, you know what I'm saying, shown yourself to be a shady character, it's still all working out for you. You know what I'm saying?
You make your way prosperous.
I made up this term, which might be like a oxymoron to some, but I call it being a proactive waiter. Right? A proactive waiter. Meaning I'm waiting on Yahuwah, but I'm not sitting still. Right? I'm still moving, although I'm waiting on Yahuwah. Right? Like that whole thing, you'll help somebody that you see helping themselves, right? They can't help themselves completely, that's why they're looking for help. But they're not just sitting still, right? This brother going through it, and he could be sitting on the couch every day, but he asking everybody, yo, let me get some money, let me get some money, let me get some money. It's like, I don't really want to help you. But if I see, man, this man done went and got a job, he only can make $8, $9 an hour. He paying this bill, that bill, this bill, that bill, but he need a little help. I'm going to help him out. You know what I'm saying? Proactive.
Yeah. So let's say, like, okay, it's a situation where you're asking y'all if you should be doing this. Like, you know, if it's another business venture or investment or something like that, right? And you're putting your works to it, but you didn't even hear from y'all yet. So is his no would have been this business venture never worked out, or this business venture was fruitful? You know what I'm saying? Like I'm asking these questions because this is something that I'm struggling with myself. You know what I'm saying? So I guess I'm trying to figure out how to hear from y'all and to know if what I'm doing in all facets of my life, if I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing.
So you should, if there's some new business that you were about to do, right? Say Christmas, and it costs $3,000 or whatever it costs, right? You should already think about this. What if this goes belly up? Am I going to be broke? Is this going to put me in a bad place, right? The thought of all this should already take place, because every time we say we're going to do a new thing, it's a possibility that it's going to go belly up and it ain't going to do absolutely nothing. So just in case this is, let me make sure I got my quote-unquote cushion waiting on me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? This is how this should be done.
Right.
discernment. That's all you guys are.
I was gonna say the way it was explained to me was the whole waiting thing. That we go to a restaurant, being waited on, they ain't sit still.
Exactly. Grab Luke 14 real quick. Luke 14, pick up at verse 27.
Yeah, this should be like in you when you practice something. So when I'm driving and on the ice and I'm going a little too fast and the car trying to get it loose a little bit, first thing I say is, God in your hands. Like automatically. And I learned this from this Christian pastor. His wife used to sew my mother the church hats. And every time they used to bring my mom a new hat, he would be worried. He said he was worried about his children. And he would say every time they leave out the door, Lord, they in your hands. Right? So every time I go out the house in the morning, this is what I say to myself. After the whole, I'm in your hands. I say this every single time I go out the house in the morning. And anything that happens around me, I say it, God in your hands. Automatically. This is something that you should adopt. What scripture will we get?
Luke 14:27.
Luke 14:27. And whosoever do not hear his cross, bear his cross, and come after me, cannot be my disciple. For which of you, intending to build a tower, sitteth not down first, and counteth the cost, whether he have sufficient to finish it.
To do what?
Lest he have sufficient to finish it.
So, just like what you were saying, right? You got business endeavors in your mind. Like, should I do this? Should I do that? Counting the cost is running down, okay, does this take away something from my household? Does this take away something from what my husband needs? Does this take me further away from Yahuwah? Or does this, you know what I'm saying? Like, all of these things should be in your mental, right? Asking Yahuwah, hey, Father, I don't want to take nothing away from my essentials and what you've given me, right? The proactive waiting, like you said, you may start doing things here and things there, but you're not going to go for the gusto and the jump because you don't want to take something away from what you already got, right? And you watch Yahuwah's progress, right? You're not, again, you're proactively waiting. It's just like this contract stuff that we just got, right? This has been a 5-year process. You know what I'm saying? Not really going out and trying to do something too fast, but you know what I'm saying? Even when stuff look kind of bleak, it's like you still see Yahuwah in the midst of it. I was driving my brother to work one day. Coming on that, y'all know that on 96, where you go to the express over to the left, y'all know 96 Gibbs Express? And the car lost control because it was black ice right there. And the car started to do this, spinning, like on the freeway. And when we turned to where traffic was coming, I'm like, oh my gosh, all these cars coming, right? And we turn back, there's nothing in front of us. We keep turning, we spinning. In my mind, I said, if I panic, I'm done, right? So in the midst of me trying to control the wheel, I'm at the same time like, Yahuwah, I know you're going to protect us. And I started smiling. My brother was freaking out. He like, oh, I'm smiling like, man, Yahuwah got us. Yahuwah got us. And we didn't hit the wall. The car that was like close to us, when we turned straight. And it went straight on past. And I'm like, see? What you tripping for? You know what I'm saying? You right? Now, I didn't just let the wheel go.
Right.
Oh man, take it, Jesus. Take that. I didn't do it. Right? I'm speaking But I'm considering that Yahuwah, right? So it's not to say just totally forget something or just go. Be proactive, but trust in Yahuwah at the same time. You know what I'm saying? If it's not for you, it ain't. If it is, you will see the increase.
I'll say, I can trust in God in situations like that. You know what I'm saying? Where like something bad happens, things like that. I'm like, oh, you're really good. You're God. My faith is strong in that part. But when it comes to me making decisions, I need help on that part.
That's why he's like, wow.
Here you go.
When it comes to making decisions,
You got that big push on his face for nothing.
that decision making that you probably talking about came when you said, I want you to be my husband forever. And his decisions. And you got to trust in Yahuwah that what he going to say is the right thing. You know what I'm saying? That's why y'all married. Why you tied? And why you jumped the room? Integrated families. And why you walk down the aisle? And why you said I do? That's why your people met his people. That's why. I'm going to let y'all have it this time. You get off my box. Now, you got to, this is the fuel right here. The slap out, that's the fuel. That's what keeps it going. Any more questions, y'all? So he said, exactly. So he said you got to be led by the Spirit when you give it, right? So I don't know what he meant by that, but this is what I interpret that as being, right? Being a cheerful giver, right? I'm not coming up to nobody saying, you about to get high? You about to do this? I'm not doing that. My heart is in the right place when I'm giving them. Hey, man, I need such, there you go. If I got it, here. I'm being a cheerful giver, right? If I'm giving and I don't really want to give, ain't no spirit attached to that. I might want to not do it. You get what I'm saying? But I'm not going to go up and, you look like you're about to go smoke with the money I gave you. I ain't doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's just not me. I don't know about other believers. That's just not, I can't do that. I can't do that, right? I've been in situations where I done gave, and it wasn't two thoughts in my mind. It was just like, hey, here you go. You know what I'm saying? What they decide to do with what you give them afterward is on them. And listen, I was at the store on School Grounds on your block. There was a lady who said that she needed something from the store, needed me to take her to her cousin's house because they wouldn't answer the phone. Right? Random lady. Me and Travell in the car, right? Pick her up, she's an older lady, right? Not too old, but she's older, right? Got her some stuff from the store, paid for her stuff. And when she get in the car, we start driving her to the place, right? And Travell was like looking all crazy, like, oh, why are you going all this? And I'm like, huh? Right? But I didn't understand what he meant. So when we pulled up to the spot, she says, why are you doing this for me? I said, because the Most High God wouldn't have it no other way. She bust out crying. She said, I'm a damn fool. I'm a fool. I shouldn't be doing this. And she just got out of the car. So she proceeded to go to the house. So when she got out, Travell said, bro, she going to get high. You just drove her to the drug house. Right? Now, on my end, I didn't know. When she asked me that question, and she got that answer, that was on her and Yahuwah at that point. Because she got the answer. She knew she shouldn't have been doing it, And Yahuwah provided a way for her to get food, this, that, and the third. So everything that happened after that, it was a choice. It was on her. You know what I'm saying? So again, as believers, it's not our job to go through and be like, man, you really, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, that ain't me. I can't do it. I just can't. And I'm pretty sure it's a lot of us in here that's the same way. You see somebody out there, they asking for something, if you got it, you like, here. You know what I'm saying? What you not realizing is,
You can be in that position.
absolutely. Absolutely. Like I said, you up here, now you down here like this. You want to do the same thing. And the crazy thing is, those things that you do with a pure heart, Yahuwah repays it to you times 10. You be like, hey, how did this happen? Because Yahuwah count favors. Remember when you did that? Here you go. Heard, then I'm going to come to you.
The situation that has stayed in my mind for years, must have been maybe 30 years ago. I do not know any of the people that were on the news.
Hold it down, y'all, please.
The couple that did the favor, or was trying to do the favor, you know, they kind of give a background on victims. They were a church-going couple, I think they might have had their little child with them or something, but they were driving down the expressway, they found people on the side of the road who needed help with their car, and they stopped to help them, and the person was a liar about, you know, setting this situation up. They were a couple as well. That couple pretended to be broke down, murdered the couple that stopped to help them. So as far as discernment, that's the way I take it.
Well,
And
that type of
the Spirit
discernment,
leads you not to do it, and I can't speak for them. I don't know whether they were believers or not. I'm saying that this happened to someone who was trying to help someone.
Definitely be smart. Definitely be smart about it.
I look at it like me personally, if I don't get it, I feel bad. And every time I do what I did, they come back and like, check this, get the company. I be like,
Tenfold down there.
where does this come from?
Yeah.
Because when I give, I can do it naturally.
Right.
Whatever.
Yeah.
You look at it that way, the scripture says you make it to your rule.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please hold it down.
I took Brother Jacob to the store, grocery shopping, and a woman bought groceries. And he all messed up, like, why you buying my groceries for me? So she says, I got it for her. He was messed up behind that, Brother Jacob.
He gonna mention the part that's like, always. That's right. But that again, this is what we're talking about. Not begging for bread. You know what I'm saying? Yahuwah did it.
And that power is something that you give, it ain't hurting you at all. It's not hindering anything of your life. You know what I'm saying? It ain't doing nothing. It just took away from that two for $1 pack of cookies that you was gonna get.
And you don't even.
That's all it did. That ain't nothing. So that little change that they got at the store, that they give you back 85 cents. Well, I got to spend it on something. Give me 2 of these Micanites. And so now later, shoot, I got a dime left. How much is this?
That was last day,
And don't let them on. You're going to sit them over there and everything, and they're going to sit there. But along for what you said, right? When you're talking about providing certain services for people like that, right? Definitely have to discern whether or not you put yourself in a bold position or not. You know what I'm saying? Don't purposely put yourself in a messed up position.
If that happened, if I saw somebody on the side of the road, especially being a woman alone, but there were a couple, that
Yeah.
were in a couple. We have phones now with us all the time, but to get them some help. I would stop myself. And then a woman has to be precautions with what she does. I mean, if you drive on some guy, like a woman down there, oh, miss, would you mind taking me up on the corner?
What recommended?
You can't be so oh, I'm going to be a good person. Yeah, in my car.
Definitely got to be smart.
No.
Y'all sisters don't even need to be pumping gas late at night. So for y'all who be trying to sneak out of here at nighttime, oh, we're up the street, folks, stop it. You're gonna pass your Sister Monica. From this day forward. From this day forward, ain't no gas at night. Ain't no gas at night. And husband, I'm with you on that. Husbands, make sure your wife has a quarter tank of gas for wherever she's going. If she going to the house tomorrow, all she needs is a quarter. If you put that quarter in there, then she be all right.
She puts herself in days, she has her car, because she likes to wait.
Fill up her tank, and when y'all see each other, make sure she got your bread. Don't just be doing that. Make sure she got your money. I was saying. Make sure she got your money. You know? But definitely be smart. Be smart, man. If you know your car's on E when you get here, y'all sisters, and you ain't got nobody to go, pass your keys off. Brother's not gonna leave in your car and go joyride. We'll go right through. Anthony will joyride in your car. Don't pass your keys to Anthony. But yeah. You got anything else? All right. We do? Okay, what we got? Can we explain blasphemy of the Ruach HaKodesh? I just did a lesson on blasphemy of the Ruach HaKodesh. You want to hit him with in a nutshell?
What's up?
Yes, you can go back and watch it. I did it about a month ago, something like that, so it's not that far back.
Yeah, smoking weed is sin.
No. They're talking about smoking weed. Is it a sin?
Alright, this one is, talk about his ex-girlfriend woke me up to evil stuff years ago. So I started to make sense to me now. I feel bad. I used to treat her like garbage. I am now following God, and He's showing me a lot of things. How can I approach her biblically and apologize to her? Even if we're just friends and she accepts my apology, that's all I need.
Just do exactly what you just said. Apologize to her. If you're not looking for nothing in return, the only approach is to be humble. Hey, I'm waking up to this stuff that you was talking to me about. I apologize for the way that I treated you, and I pray that you find it in your heart to forgive me. Thank you for the information that you shared with me, and let it be that. If you're looking for something behind that, then you're going to have to strategize. You know what I'm saying? But if you're just trying to get an apology, just apologize. I mean, if you're trying to ask that she forgive you, just apologize.
Well, it sounds like you got something else behind this.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, it sounds like you got something behind it. No.
Trying to get back with it.
She's Muslim now, and I just want to get her back.
She's Muslim now.
I want to get her back on the Hebrew stuff. She was on the right path, but then she fell away. She was loving my life, and I lost her fighting her brother. It was all bad.
So I'm gonna tell you a crucial reality. You can't get anybody on the right track. That's their decision. You can be an instrument in that, but that's their decision. They have to make that decision on their own. Think about it like this. If you talk to her and she converts because of you or wants to do this because of you, and her heart is not in it, but her heart is with you, then now you set her up for failure in the end. Because if it's not in her heart, she still won't reap the benefits of it. Right? So when it comes to, again, approaching her, if your desire is to apologize, approach her, I mean not for her to apologize, but for her to accept your apology, or to apologize to her, something in return shouldn't even be in your mind. Right? You shouldn't even be looking for her to accept it. An apology is an apology because you want to give an apology. You know what I mean? But you can't make her get into the truth. You can't force her. That's something that's on her and the Most High. You can be an example, and maybe from your actions it'll turn her heart, but that's between her and you. So don't force that issue, because you can do more damage than good in that as well.
Can you explain Jacob I love, Esau I hated, along with Jacob, Esau is the end of the world, Jacob is the beginning thereof? So Herbert Williams.
That's a quiet question.
What's the question?
Explain. Say it again.
They want to explain, with Jacob have I loved, Esau I hated, along with Jacob is the beginning of the world, Esau is the end thereof.
That's a new person?
They've been in it before. But
Genesis chapter 25.
So, what is the meaning of Jacob is the end of the world, Esau is the beginning of the world?
Genesis chapter 25 and verse 27. And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter and a man of the field, and Jacob was a plain man dwelling in tents. And Isaac loved Esau because he did eat of his venison, but Rebekah loved Jacob. Jacob's eye pouted, and Esau came from the field, and he was faint. This is not what I was looking for. Romans 9:13. As it is written, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated.
So he says, Jacob have I loved, but Esau have I hated. So when we go through this passage, he also says, I hated him even before he was born. So we know that God said, I declare the end from the beginning. He knows everything. When you go back to the story, you will see that Esau sells his birthright for a bowl of lentil soup. The birthright is the right to bring forth the Messiah into the world. And he counted it as it was absolutely nothing. So he was showing that this bowl of soup is more important than Yah himself. And to be the one to bring it in, because it should be Abraham, Isaac, and Esau. But he gave it up for absolutely nothing, which shows that he hated God for that birthright. He counted it as nothing to him. He despised the birthright. So it's just Yah showing this, because this is what he has done. Now as far as that scripture in Ezra,
6 and 9, you can read it?
yeah.
2nd Ezra chapter 6 and verse 9. For Esau is the end of the world.
Is what?
The end of the world.
Esau rules the world.
Esau is the end of the world.
So a lot of people look at this and say, see, Esau is the end of the world, and they take this word to be interchangeable with end as to rule. It never says that he's ruling the world. It says he's the end of the world. But this is why we don't really ascribe to the Apocrypha to teach out of it anymore, because there's nothing else that can actually back this scripture up. But in a nutshell, this doesn't say that Esau is ruling the world the way that everybody reads the scripture. It doesn't say that. It says the end of the world. So if we're going to believe this, anybody that has quote-unquote nuclear bombs could end the world if we believe the way that they teach us about the nuclear bomb, which I don't. They can end the world. But I don't subscribe to that either.
What does that mean? I'm not saying I believe that, but what does that verse mean when it says they are in the world?
I believe that this verse is talking about that they are going to be the people that are in the final war, that Satan is going to use them to bring about the end of the world. So they are the chief people in Psalms 89. They are the first Psalm. What is that? Psalms 80? Psalm 83. They are the first people that's mentioned in that scripture that bring the trouble to the children of Israel. So Psalm 83.
Is Melchizedek Shem or?
No, he is definitely not Shem. The scriptures in Hebrew says that he is without mother and father. Shem has a mother and a father. So no, it is not about Shem. We have a lesson on this as well about Melchizedek and who it really is. Give me Psalms 110.
Psalms 110 and verse 1. Yahuwah said unto my master, sit you at my right hand until I make your enemies your footstool. Yahuwah shall send the rod of your strength out of Zion, rule you in the midst of your enemies. Your people shall be willing in the day of your power, and the beauties of holiness from the womb of the morning. You have the dew of your youth. Yahuwah has sworn and will not repent. You are a priest forever. A priest forever. After the order of Melchizedek.
After the what?
The order of the king of righteousness.
So he is in the order of the king of righteousness, but he's the priest forever after the order. So this means that this person has to be greater than him. There's only one person that's greater than the Mashiach. That is who? Yahuwah. That is Yah. So this Melchizedek has to be, can only be one person. Yah the Father himself.
How does the Most High feel about going in debt to the house?
Let me tell you something, man. Listen. People take that whole thing, oh no man anything, and run with it too far. Okay? Stop it. The Most High does not frown upon you going into debt to get a house. I'm assuming you're saying if you buy a house for $150,000 and you got to pay back that $150,000, right? No. Yahuwah does not frown upon that. There's nowhere in the text where he frowns upon that. Don't allow people to push you into that. You know what I'm saying? It's not the text. It's not the text. You saying something? Get your net worth out when you get the house. Flip it.
Because of this verse, Deuteronomy 30 and 12, some say there is no New Testament Messiah. Can you explain this verse?
Deuteronomy chapter 32.
30 and 12.
30 and 12. It is not in Shamaim that you should say, who shall go up for us to Shamaim and bring it to us, that we may hear it and do it. So are you saying that some people say that, like what are they saying that Mashiach brought down? Because he didn't do nothing but reiterate the law.
Yes, whoever reads this must read this in context. And in sales and whatnot, with real estate, they say the most thing is location, location, location. When reading these scriptures, it is context, context, context. You must read this stuff in context to understand what it's talking about. Go back and read this in context and you'll see that this has nothing to do with dispelling if there is a Messiah to come.
Do you think what is going on in the end of the world, in the end times, is just politics? Say it again. Do you think what's going on right now in the world is the end times or just politics?
Is the end times just politics?
No. What's going on right now, is it saying that we're in the end times or is it just
It is
political stuff?
all leading to it. It is a combination. So go back and read before the flood, after the flood, and the Sodom and Gomorrah stuff. He said, as it was in the days of Noah, likewise as in the days of Lot, it's going to be back like that. So when you read them stories, you look at your circumstances now and see, is it like that? Or is it close to being like that? So I believe the final straw to this is, because they're giving everybody their quote-unquote rights, I believe that they're going to legalize pedophilia. And that's going to be a great part of then you're going to know, because it's almost there anyway. Because they're saying, it's your, how can you stop them from having their rights? Right? This is the way that they're posting it and putting it forward as, well, you have the right to be with who you want to be with, right? And nobody can say that. So the two men say, we have a right to this. Now they're going to say, I have a right to be an old 65-year-old rusty man to mess with this 9-year-old boy. It's my right. Disgusting. But, yeah, I think that's going to pop it off to bring it back to Sodom and Gomorrah all the way back. Leviticus 18 shows this stuff because these are the same people that were in Sodom and Gomorrah. That's it, right?
Yeah.
One more?
Yeah.
What is it saying?
I want to know, can you use, is it a sin to use my old vaccination papers? Travel. Can you use, is it a sin to use my old vaccination papers? Travel. Or should I just throw them in the trash?
Is it a sin to use his old vaccination papers to travel?
Or should I just throw them away? Yeah.
Mike?
That's why I didn't read it. You asked the question.
Call me, man.
He also said that the car you stopped for in the Blackheath Trail Hall was his mom.
The car that I stopped for?
The car you stopped for the Blackheath Trail Hawk on Island was his mom's car.
Me? No, he's talking about car.
You said nice.
You gave me some on me. I ain't did no Cody.
Hey, whatever that was, if you seen me and you ain't called me, man, shame on you. Should have called me and said you seen me.
All right, we're going to pray up. We had enough.
Hot tea and hair wraps is tomorrow at noon to 4. Show up for the sisters glow up. That's a new one. That's a new one. Noon to 4. Hot tea and hair wraps. Be on time so y'all can get out on time. Hot tea and hair wraps be lasting until about 10 o'clock at night. Please be on time so you can get out on time.
New moon is Monday the 30th.
New moon is Monday the 30th.
11 o'clock.
7 o'clock. Be there. Please.
Shavuot.
Shavuot.
4, which is Friday.
June 4th. Be there or be square. What else?
Oh, pop-up.
Pop-up shop, June 18th. Pop-up shop, June 19th. Make sure you are here. Support your fellow believers and others in their business endeavors in purchasing some merchandise. Please show up. Be here if you are able. June 19th. What day is that? A Sunday. June 19th. Sunday. We do need more vendors. Vendors is $100 a vendor. I'm just joking. Just joking. $45 per vendor. $45 per vendor. Please, who do we go to? Who do I send it to for Brother Nate and Brother Nate, Sister Sheila? Please contact, if you are watching, contact the Chosen Seed email.
Yes.
Contact the Chosen Seed email if you are want to be a participant in being a vendor for this event, June the 19th. And the PayPal link. You put it up there? We got the links up there. Y'all support your people. Come on out. It's going to be a good time. It is going to be from
noon to 5.
Noon to 5. Noon to 5. That's when you're going to get your merchandise sold and purchased. Noon to 5. Be there, June 19th. Anything else? Going once. Going twice. So, it's time to pray out. We're going to pray. We're going to pray. We're going to pray. We're going to pray. Pray out. Pray out. We're going to pray. We're going to pray. We're going to pray. We're going to pray. Pray out. Pray out.
Father, we thank you for this day, this time around your word. Father, we thank you for you brought your word to us and brought forth the word of life. Father, we ask that you continue to be with us through the week as we go to and fro. Father, we ask you to keep us safe from hurt, harm, and danger. Father, keep us under your shadow as we continue to walk in righteousness uprightly before you. Father, we ask you to continue to touch us who are sick among us. Father, keep them and safe, Father, heal them and bring them back to full recovery. Father, we ask you to make the full nourishment for our body, all the things we ask in the name of Yahushua HaMashiach. So be it.
So be it. Abinu Shema Shemaim, Yikadosh, Shemka, Tabo, Makuka, Yaseh, Rasuka, Vahares, Kashir, Nasha, Ashemaim, Peiladu, Hayom, Tikim, Ikanu, Uzla, Madu, Ed, Ashmatenu, Kashir, Zukim, Naku, Ashir, Ashu, Nadu, Baal, Kamilu, Ed, Usa, Ki, In, Asalanu, Ki, Arak, Ki, Aka, Kamadaka,